Hello?
Hey, there he is. Hi, Randy.
I'm here. Just technical difficulties. You know, things can never work the right way right off the bat, right? Cody told me to wait to get him in first, and then I waited too long. So I apologize for that, guys.
That's all right. It worked out just right. It's Trustee Taylor just joined us, so perfect.
All right, I'm going to grab my water really quick.
We just went through the hour on the budget workshop. All right, Randy.
All right, you guys ready for me? Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to share the screen here. Host is disabled participant screen sharing, so I need somebody to open me up for screen sharing, please. You are now the host now. All right, so here we go. So, okay, share this screen here, and I'm going to go into the slides. I'm also going to kick back and forth to a revenue document when I go into the revenue side, so it'll be a little bit easier. I couldn't get it into the slides. It would have been too ugly. So at any time, if you guys have any questions, please let me know, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can, okay? I mean, right away. So, all right, you guys can see my screen, right? That has the Nampa School District on it?
Yes.
All right. So what I'm going to do now, this is truly only budget highlights. Obviously, I've met with you guys before on just part of the budgets, and even literally an hour and a half is really kind of hard to really go through a lot of stuff. So really what I'm going to try to get to is get you the budget highlights. If you have any questions or if you want more detail, please get a hold of me, and then we'll meet in total on these, okay? And we'll meet in more direct individually, okay? So one thing I want to remind you guys is remember our fiscal years from July 1, 2022 to June 30, 2023. Remember our budget consists of multiple funds. The main stuff we're going to talk about today is the general fund. That's where most of our expenses go. Everything else is really kind of special revenue funds, which is our local grants, our federal funds, our restricted state funds, our capital projects fund, our bond funds, all those type of things. I am not going to discuss anything about the ASB funds or the trust funds today, because those truly are a separate entity, which we really don't have a lot of control over other than just managing to make sure that they're being hit. But there's really no true budget associated with those. All right. So when we talk about the general funds here, guys, so one of the things that we want to make sure, and these are the highlights here, remember, is so the prior year was based on ADA, remember, and this is the 640 units that we thought we were going to have based on ADA, which is a projection. Remember, we ended this year that we're currently so far at like 678. And so that's kind of where we are right now. I have not received the information on the best 28 weeks. Remember, our revenue is based on two parts. The state apportionment side, which is the first weeks in February, first weeks of school until the first Friday in November, which is called our midterm. Used to be called first 10 weeks, but it was never really 10 weeks depending on when you started. So it's that first Friday in November, first day of school to the first Friday in November. And that's when majority of our salary and all that information is figured out from the state. And then the next one is our discretionary or operational is what we like to call it. And that is the best 28 weeks. So I have not heard back yet on what the
Can you hear me, Randy? Looks like it froze up. Oh, it's just getting good. You must be on the beach in the Bahamas or something.
Using the hotel Wi-Fi or cell phone.
Probably.
Yeah.
Chrissy, how much time did we allot for?
20 minutes.
Okay.
This is like needed 10 to 15, but I was like, that was out questions.
How much for the next item?
I think we roughly 45 minutes.
Okay.
So we could bump them. And see if
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
and then text them to see if we can get better stuff.
All right, guys, I apologize. So I need Cody to give me back the ability again. Hello? I don't have the ability. There you go. Okay, here we go. All right, guys, here we go again. Back to it. Okay, so hopefully this can maintains. I don't know where I lost you guys, but I just wanted to make sure we're understanding that there's a difference between midterm, which is the first 10 weeks, basically first Friday in November, which is. Do you lose me again?
No, you're there. Let's just have them do
Do you want me to turn my cam off? Is that what you're saying? Stop my video. Did that help at all? All right. So ultimately, what we're trying to do right now is that we have 1 year for next year that the state board has given us enrollment again, and right now the midterm was 678. We decided to go 672 units because we're worried about the loss associated with the Elevate charter, which could be anywhere from 150 to 200 kids. So we basically said that's around 6 to 7 units. So we arrived at 672 for our budget. Okay. And the one thing we want to remember is we do have a large discretionary increase this year, but almost the entire thing is based on healthcare. And I'll go over that here in a second. And then we already talked about the Elevate charter, and then we didn't really anticipate a lot of loss of students in the elementary or middle school range. It was mostly in the high school range that we're worried about a majority of our students lost. We had some loss potentially in our 8th grade because the Elevate charter does go down to the 8th grade, I believe. All right, so salary-based apportionment. Remember, there's the first part, which is the certified teachers, and I'm going to go over the actual spreadsheet here in a second with you. New third rung of advanced placement. So we have the normal statutory increase, and then there's a new third rung. So advanced placement is new as of 2 years ago. They had the advanced placement 1, which is on top of the regular the regular stuff they had from the last 5 years, 6 years, and now they've basically done advanced placement 1, placement 2, placement 3, which has some additional criteria on top of the other ones for our teachers to reach to, which gets us more revenues. The one thing about this has nothing to do with how we pay people. It only matters how we actually get the money from the state. So the state did give us a 7% base increase for administrators and classified. But the one thing I will highlight when I'll show you the spreadsheet here in a little bit is not confused with what we pay again, and has nothing to do. It's just really its base. And so when you look at our classified, it's a ridiculously low amount that they still give us. So we don't get any real money from the classified. And then the benefits line you see there in our state of salary apportionment is benefits line only is the FICA and Percy. And so I'm going to go out here and I'm going to get through. Do you guys see this screen that I'm currently on?
Yes.
All right. So when I go up, this is what we're talking about here. So this is the salary apportionment section. Remember, this is our.
Randy, hold on. We're not on the screen I think you're on. We still see the presentation.
Okay, so let me go to this one. I'm going to do here, this one, share this screen. Okay, do you guys see this one now?
Thanks.
Yep. All right. So this column right here that we see here is this is our current adopted budget that we're currently in. And remember, this is where we ended up. This is where we are for actual. And we had talked already about what the big change is between the years and all that. When it was all said and done here, we're anticipating 672, which is about a 7-unit decline, which is I talked about earlier. And all these other things you see here are the formulas. These two are basically 1.1 times the 672. And then we do an average salary based on the career ladder. Remember, the career ladder is the first 3 rungs are residential. And then once they get their certification, and then they go into professional, which is 5 additional cells. And then if they make it past that and meet certain criteria that the state's established, then it goes into advanced placement. Again, revenue only, nothing more than that. The administrative, this is what I was talking about, the base increase. So the base increase basically is just on this $41,000. So when you times that, 7% on that, and then here's the $24,000, the huge $24,000, almost $25,000 that we get for classified. Our lowest end person really doesn't even that doesn't even pay for our lowest end paras right now. Just to let you guys know, that's how little the state pays us for those classified employees. Okay, so when we're looking at this, we do anticipate a pretty large increase in the total amount, the 4.875, compared to what we had in budget this year. Remember, so it is a huge increase, and majority of it all is because look at the unit increase, which is the 640 versus the 672. So 32 units makes a huge dollar amount to be able to do that with. Any question?
Any questions from trustees? Nope, I think we're good so far.
Okay, I'm going to flip back over here to this. And you guys see my presentation back again? You guys see that? Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to go to the other side. And so we got the operational allocation. Remember, is this is the best 28 weeks. And so this one was going to be weird for us because remember our normal world is an ADA, and our world ADA really goes down regularly because kids just start missing school. Kids start dropping out in our high school ranks. We do get some more in elementary and some more in middle school, but our high school ranks really kind of kill our ADA. So normally we're about 99.13% of, oops, God, that just goes really fast. 99.13% of our funding is for operational. So so next year, what we're anticipating is about 666 units. We do have a really large increase, and I'll show you that large increase. And when I go back to the spreadsheet here in a second, but we get $35,000, almost $36,000 per unit for our operations. The $16,000, we have not got any increases the last 4 years on that. And my belief on that is really because of the ESSER monies. The legislator said, you got all your ESSER monies, you can use it on operations. So not our problem. We're not going to give you anything for that. The biggest increase we have, this $6,382, is really for our health insurance. And this is what we've been talking about, going to the state insurance plan. And if we didn't do that, we were going to have to put that all into our increasing our other plan to make it somewhat better from what they want us to do with that money. So in the future, this entire 666,000 times 19.6, we will have to guarantee use it all. I'm pretty much sure of it. It's not a law now, but they were trying to make that a law this last year, and they couldn't get enough time to get it back through, so they just approved it the way it was. And so we can, but it is something that they're going to make us use. I can almost guarantee it. I did estimate an additional $250,000 increase in transportation, because remember, the transportation money we get next year is based on this year's expenses, and we do know we have an increase in this year's expenses. Everybody does across the board because we all were in session this year, and so we because of that we get about 75% reimbursement. So last year we got about 4.1. So this year I anticipated about 4.25. So I mean 4,250,000. So that's kind of where we are at that. So all in all, we anticipated an additional $28.6 dollars. And I'm going to go down here right here. So this is the discretionary side here of what I was talking about.
Was that additional 28.6? Thought your note was that it was just anticipated 28.6, and then the additional was listed. I didn't get that second number.
Yeah, so the two money numbers we have here, we have $4.8 million that we're going to get from salary apportionment, but from the M&O support, we're looking at basically $5 million extra from the increase in units of that whole 35,000. But remember, this 35,000 is consisting of these two dollar amounts here. So we did get about $1 million. So when you start taking the difference here, which is, what did we say was equals what we think we're going to get here, this minus the 634, which I was anticipating on our budget. Okay, 31 units. Okay, sorry if I'm moving it too fast, guys. Equals that times this. We're looking at a little bit of chunk of change there, equals that times that. That's not what that didn't work out like I thought it was. What happened here? That's not, I don't know why that's not working out. But either way, basically what we're having here was we have a huge amount of money here that we're basically getting additional from the health insurance here. So when we go to the health insurance, we get $4.2 million of it is actually of that $5 million is the health insurance increase, and the rest of it is from their operational increases associated with just increase in units. So we're looking at, when we go over here, the anticipated revenue that we're going to get is an additional $23 million. And then we also have an additional 425 for exceptional contracts, which is our special education contracts and special education stuff that we do, some foster tuition and things like that. And then there's the 4.2 I talked about with the transportation. And then when you go on here, this is the 28.8 that I was talking about in my slides. Did that answer your question, Mandy?
It did,
Christine?
thank you.
Yep. All right. I'm trying to go through this pretty quick so my internet doesn't fail. But if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask, and I'll try to answer those soon, as best as I can. Okay. Is there any questions beyond when I go past the operational allocation here?
Nope, doesn't look like it.
Okay. So there is an additional we're still in the general fund, if you remember right. There is some additional state funding. So we have the K-3 literature that we are anticipating quite a bit. So what happened this year in the legislators, the governor really, really wanted to pay for all-day kindergarten. But for some reason, there's a big pushback from some of the legislators of a push to mandate full-day kindergarten, which was never a mandate discussion. But because of that, they could never get a full-day kindergarten bill established. So what the governor did is he kind of changed focus, and he put all the extra money that he had, general fund that he wanted into this K-3 literature money that he did. And so basically what that did is we had about $1.3 million this year that we got, and now we're anticipating about 2.7. The weird thing is they've completely changed the way that this K-3 literature calculation was made to. Before, it was all about how well your kids did on the bottom end. If you had a lot of kids on the bottom end of the IRI scores, we got a little bit more money. And now they switched it and said, hey, we're just giving, somehow the legislators believe that our teachers wanted our kids to do poorly. So they said, hey, we're going to give you incentive to actually do well. So they flipped the calculation on 50% of it that said, if your actually kids increased or are doing well, we're going to give you more money. And then there's another calculation on the other end. It has something to do with all of our free and reduced numbers and all that. Well, unfortunately, they put in the law that basically said, and you have to have new free and reduced numbers from this year in order to get that calculation. And none of us across the state have that because we've been in free land for the last 2 years because of COVID. So it kind of made that part of the calculation moot. So we were hoping we were going to get about $3.2 million based on the numbers that we were ended up coming with. Without that additional money we would get for the free and reduced side, we were calculated at a lower 2.7 million. What we're doing with that money, I'll just kind of say it right now, is we are still doing the all-day kindergarten. It's not mandatory, but we're still going to pay for all of our all-day kindergartens. That's about 1.5 of that money. We are going to also add an additional parapro for their elementary schools, at all schools except our Nova online program. And then we are kind of doing a swap of funding for 5 elementary first grade teachers, so we could use those 5 elementary teachers in different ways to help some classroom reduction sizes as well. Then the rest of it is to help professional development on some new regulations across revolving dyslexia and some other things that they needed us, that they're requiring us to do across the entire district. So that's basically what we're using that money for. We did lose, and this is one of the things they took away when they gave us all that money for the health insurance. They basically said we no longer are going to put the certified leadership stuff out there, which is a real bummer to us, because there's a lot of sections of that we were using that money for, about $900,000 in total that we lost. And what a lot of that went to was some hard to fill spots with our special education and our and then we also did our mentoring out of that. And then a lot of our building teams and our leadership teams and all that stuff went away. So that's one of the things we're still kind of working on how we're going to do all that through different funding sources to maintain some of those still funds for the teachers. But it's an unfortunate loss for our teachers. This fast forward, I do have in the budget that I increased to 100K, but really this is the only reason I had it is my numbers before were really pretty low, because right now we're like 200-something thousand. And really what happens, what comes through ours is the shell game of the state sends it to us, and then we send it over to like NNU or any other private schools. Any other schools directly through like CWI, BSU, CSI, or any of those kind of stuff gets directly sent through the state through their ways. But the state has a rule, a law that says they can't pay private institutions associated with religion, but somehow they can funnel it through us, and it becomes a laundered situation where we can now pay it. So that's what they do. And right now I just bumped it up. So whatever comes in comes directly out. It doesn't really mean anything. Okay. And then, yes.
Any leftover fast forward funds from last year, do they roll over to this next year?
Yeah, so every child, every student from age of 8th grade on gets, I think it's like $4,500 for their height, basically their school career. So like my daughter has the ability to do that. So any AP exams, any high-end welding type of certification exams, and or any classes, dual credit or AP classes they want to take can be done with this money. And so any money they didn't use from the prior rolls over to the next year. We have a lot of kids, and I mean, I think if I remember right, I heard that Treasure Valley is one of the most active of using this money. But across the state, we're very, very big, and this is a thing that's not going to go away, because our legislators here across the nation, we have one of the best programs for this, and I don't see this funding going down anytime soon for our students, which is nice.
Thanks.
Yeah. And as you guys know, we did reduce the supplemental levy quite a bit. Majority of that was we took off the facilities portion of that. I think it was 3.5 million, and we also reduced it another $600,000 for our additional continued operations that I'll talk about later. The one thing that kind of threw me off this year is for the last few years, we'd actually been making really good money with our investment earnings. Remember, we get a lot of our money up front from the state. So we get a big chunk of money in August. We get another chunk in like November, get another chunk in January, where most of our expenses are kind of evened out because it's payroll. Well, as probably many of you had with your investments and all that kind of stuff, the state's PERC, where we keep all this money, the LGIP, I should say, actually didn't make as much. So we weren't making as much in the past. We're making over $200,000, and right now we haven't even made over 100. So I dropped that investment earnings on this one down. I believe it's going to make a little bit more money because as the stock market goes down, bonds, which is typically what the LGIP invest in, go up in value. So I think we're going to kind of do a lot better last year than we did this year. But it is something we had to reduce because of that. Okay. All right. So any questions on the revenue, general fund revenue before I move on?
No questions.
All right. Okay. So let's talk about general fund expenses. So one thing we have to remember is in majority of our land and school districts, about 80 to 85% of all of our expenses are associated with payroll. I also include our basically our costs associated with our janitorial services, our custodial services, and our busing in that cost as well, just because that truly is a payroll item. Majority of those costs are payroll. So I include that in that, but to be consistent with other districts. So just kind of remember that when we go over all this, it's really most of our money comes in for payroll and it goes out for payroll. Certified salaries, as you guys know, we're still in negotiation process. Looking good in that world. Love to meet with those guys and try to figure all that stuff out. Our administrative, we're estimating around 6 to 8% increase, which is about $350,000. Is kind of what we anticipated. Our classified right now, what we've put in our budget right now is $2 per hour base increase plus the yearly step. And so what that is about $1.4 million. Now, when you take that in consideration of really what that means, a lot of our classified on the lower end are getting anywhere from a 10 to 15% increase, because that when you talk a $2 increase on $11 an hour job, that's quite a big increase in percentage, right? So just know that we're trying to do what we can. Our goal is to get them up to $15, but right now this would put them into like 13 something an hour per. We're also trying to do some other stuff with some of our like lower levels and cut off some of our first rent 1, 2, and 3 cells in there to kind of start them on year 4 in our scale and redesign in order to get some of those starting salaries up even more for some of these positions. But we're trying to look through that to make sure we're competitive and across the area. Any questions on that so far? You guys are pretty easy. So
You scared us at the beginning, so I don't think anyone's asking questions.
I know. Well, if you ask questions, it'll go. I'll somehow lose internet, so I don't have to answer it. I think that's how it really works for me. So in the healthcare land, this is something that I'm super excited with. And when we started this process, I thought there was no way that we could actually get to this. The goal of this of the legislators is that all the districts would be able to move to the state insurance plan. Well, when they put it together, they didn't really factor in to pay us the right way for this. The way the state works with theirs is they pay for every employee that is on a state plan. If you work for the state, they say, okay, it costs you $12,500. So here's your $12,500 times the number of FTEs you're allocated. Okay. Well, they didn't realize, I don't think, until too late, that we get paid differently because we get paid around our unit projection and all that kind of stuff. And so when they did a lot of the calculations associated with this, they did not give us enough money to truly cover the entire thing. So that's why a lot of districts around here aren't able to do it. One thing that helped us a lot is that we actually are pretty generous with our insurance plan already, that we are one of the few districts in the state that actually help cover anything above the employee only. So in a lot of districts, if you're a family plan, you're upwards of $1,100-$1,200 a month, where we were still high at $675, $679 a month. So we were still high as a family, but not near as much as some of the other districts in the state, most of the other districts in the state. So where we are already kind of paying a lot, adding this additional money that you saw, the $6,000 per unit, really brought in quite a bit of new money for us that we could put towards this. And so when we started doing the money in the plan, it didn't take a lot of extra to basically move to this plan and have one of the best insurance plans out there. Chairman, I believe you have the state insurance plan, right? And I believe you had mentioned in the past how good it is. I can tell you it is considerably better than what we have now, and we're looking forward to be able to switch to this in September when our other policy ends. Any questions on that?
It looked like it.
All right. So the one thing I didn't express here was there is a one-time buying expense. The state was paying based on the wrong formula again on through some ARPA funds that they're giving. So they're giving about $950K, and then we're getting about $950K out of our ERA funds, ESSER funds, in order to pay for that. So it's not a general fund hit, but it is a hit that we have to do. But I think it's going to be something that puts us apart from a lot of our people around this area. The only other big district I know that's told me they're going is Pocatello, which they don't compete with us locally. So I think that's, other than that, no one else is switching to it. All right. So we talked about the supplemental levy. We did drop the $600,000. So we were working that through our budget. And then we talked about the no capital projects funds either. We do have money left over from last year that opened up when we were able to use ESSER funds to do a lot of our HVAC projects that were really behind. So I think we still have a lot of good things, and I believe that we're looking at tennis courts and some things that we just can't do with regular lottery funds. And we've been trying to bank our lottery funds as much as possible too, to try to be able to do a lot of these things that really need to get done across the district. The problem is, some of these projects, when you start going, is $300,000-$400,000 quickly, and so it doesn't take long. I think one of the ways they're looking at one of the things we were looking at doing with one of the tennis courts for Skyview was do a special type of concrete, which might have cost us about $1.5 million, which I don't think we're doing that, but things like that have just escalated exponentially compared to where they were, and so we're trying to work around that. The other stuff we're working on right now is the ABM custodial contract. Majority of this increase, almost all of it, is due to the staffing pay, and I think you guys are aware of that. Now, one of the things we are adding in that is because they want it, but they've been having a hard time staffing as well. So we're putting a step in there that if they don't have full staffing or they're more than 5% not covered in staffing, then they have to give us that value back. So there's a potential that price might not go. And because if they can't get full number of staff, similar to every other organization in that kind of world, then we might have we might not see as much of an actual increase versus what the contract says right now. So, and in the Brown, what's that?
Yeah, right.
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
That's just for the ABM custodial contract.
That is just for our custodial contract. Yep. And so. Yeah, and the one thing about it, I mean, those guys are a massive company. I mean, in the Valley, they're pretty big. They also do, obviously, commercial custodial in the area. I think I heard last time they do like 15 to 20 grand worth of advertising and going to places just to try to find people, and it's just impossible to try to hire people right now. So it's just one of those sections. It's kind of like, where do you want to go and how much do you want to pay? And some of these having to pay a lot more money compared to what we would pay. I can tell you that much right now. I think their starting is like 15 or 16 bucks an hour, if I remember right. Peter would know exactly, but he's now gone. He's the one that deals with that contract now. I haven't dealt with it for a few years to know exactly what they're paying. Brown Bus was the exact same way. You guys already talked about that last year. The beauty of the Brown Bus contract, though, like I said before, is 75% of it comes back next year. So this increase is a bummer, but like I said, it's not going towards buses and any of that stuff. It's truly going towards pay. So if anything, we can feel comfortable at least that the drivers are getting theirs. And without their buses, we really have a hard time keeping our kids in school. So we do have other software increases, as you can imagine. I mean, all of our software, our Power School, our accounting software is going up to 3 to 4%. Microsoft, which is a huge bill for us. I mean, we spend over $200,000 in Microsoft alone. That's going up, and even a 2 or 3% increase is quite a bit of money. So those are the things we're looking at having to cover as well in our budget. Any questions there? All right, so I'm done with the general fund. That's basically where we are. Remember, a majority of general fund is we don't change a lot with that unless we're really doing wholesale changes with our schools. It's one of the things we'll be talking to you guys next year, and how do we right-size our district to try to right-size some of these operational costs associated with some of these schools, because right now we're running a lot of schools that are pretty small. So we have a lot of operational costs associated with some of those schools that really, if we can combine some things, then that will help us a lot in different ways. So all right, so let's go to the other special revenue funds. Like I said, these were like these are like our local grants. And these are when like CapEd or some of those places give us money, the 100 give 100, get 100 type things. This is when we get any donations from parents and that kind of stuff. Those all go to these special revenue funds, and big, United Way type grants and stuff like that go here. The other stuff the majority of this area is our restricted state funds. The two big areas that you guys will notice, we have the state technology. We're getting about the same as the prior year. But the unfortunate part is we actually were getting quite a bit of money, about 50% more on this, until the governor put his restrictions on a couple years ago at the start of COVID. And because, quote, the ESSER funds can pay for technology, they said, just use that first and not, and we're not going to give you the state technology. So the state technology is just for things. And then they also pay for some employees as well, which that got cut at about 50% as well. So it's a bummer. Now, the nice thing is Cody has worked really well with, we have a program out there. It's called the ECF program, which is our E-rate stuff. It's just all the money you basically pay in your taxes on your cell phone bills and all that kind of stuff. That comes to us, and we got a huge amount of money, $3.9 million this last year, to pay for all of our secondary devices, almost $400 a device that we got for every one of those. We did have a little bit more in the lease that you guys approved this year, so that's super helpful on that. We are putting in for a third round for all of our elementary iPads as well. We did hear that there might be a little bit of issue with that, but in any event, we're on our cycle anyway. So starting next year or the year after is actually when that one's, hopefully we'll know more on that one and get funded hopefully for that one. So a lot of the districts finally got wise up to there was millions of dollars out there. We were one of the first because we have a great consultant that works with this, and Cody's done really well in keeping up on that. So he's found other ways to get us money to be able to make this state technology money continue on a little further. And I mean, just put in perspective on our filters, I don't know if Cody's still there. I think our one filter that we have is $250,000. So it's not like a system our size is not a small system. I think 15,000 different users on this system. That's a lot of different computers. That's bigger than most big companies, guys. So that's a big thing that we have to do. The lottery funds, we don't see any increases as planned. We were a little worried for a little bit because the state was possibly going to lose Powerball because they were trying to go overseas, and there was a weird rule out there that basically said that it has to stay in the United States or else through Idaho. But some of the Idaho legislators last year didn't approve it. For this year, it sailed right through for some reason. It's just weird, but it all is good. So next year it will be good to go on that. But we're still receiving about $1.1 million on that one as well. There is some other state LEP money in that, but it's rather minor. We combined that with our federal dollars to do some LEP stuff for that as well. In Title I, this one's kind of a weird one because we actually had a slight reduction of what we were actually allocated. But in the year last year at this time, we got a waiver from the state that said we could actually carry over as much as we wanted within reason to be able to pad this year's money that we were currently in. So we carried over about $950,000 last year into this year's budget. And then then the federal government said, we're not going to give you that waiver again. You only got it the 1 year. So you have to be no more than 15% of your allowance allocation, which now we can only carry over around $450,000. So that means that we actually are going to have about a $500,000 loss into next year in some of the things we wanted to do. So Heidi Ron is their director of that program, is doing an exceptional job trying to figure out all those nooks and crannies. We've moved some things over to ESSER that we needed to, and we've tried to maintain our schools and some of our major programs on what we're trying to do. And it seems like she's been able to make it work. So that's where we are there. The ESSER 1 and 2, we're going to fully expend those. ESSER 1 was fully expended last year, and ESSER 2, we're going to plan on fully expending it this year, which was about $11.3 more that we spent this year. And the ESSER 3, we're planning on, and I'm going to pull up a schedule of what that ESSER, so you guys can kind of see a quick estimate of what we got in the plan right now. So the ESSER 3, we're looking at spending about $12.2 million. And in the ESSER 3 learning loss, we're looking at about 2.4. So, and I apologize, I didn't pull that spreadsheet up. So, you guys see this spreadsheet here?
Yes.
All right. So here's the way this spreadsheet works is we have different years, because remember, we only have 2 more years of the ESSER 3 monies left. We did get quite a bit of money, but we spent some money this year on both ESSER 3 and learning loss. If you want to look down on some of the things that I'm going to hide this one because this one doesn't really matter. Here, I'm going to hide this so you guys can look at them together, fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 23. So when we're looking here, we're still trying to do some things that the ESSER 3 wants us to do, which is some of the mental health providers and that some special ed paras. We're trying to still find some of those to be able to have as rovers. The substitute coverage has been a big thing for us right now because of we haven't had an ability to get a lot of subs, so our teachers and our classified are actually filling in for us, which is actually really kind of a cool program because instead of having a sub, we have a certified person most of the time. But on the unfortunate backside of that is that we're probably burning out our teachers a little bit more. So we're hoping we don't have to spend that much and we can have more subs in the end. Summer school is a big thing for us right now in elementary. We're still doing elementary summer school because that is not paid for at all from the state. So we're doing that out of our learning loss. It is things that we need to do. You see some other ones. And then we're also looking at what we do on this additional support is we look and see where high class sizes are and see if we need to hire some teachers or some additional paras at the beginning of the year to help out. We do get summer school money from the state, so we are just kind of using that extra money from the state to pad our general fund revenues, and we're using the entire expense over here in learning loss because you want to use your most restricted money first, so that's what we're doing there. All of these other areas are really a lot of positions. You see a lot of positions. One of the things we try not to do is really put a lot of positions in here in the ESSER funds, but it's really hard to spend millions of dollars without really positions. And 2, this is really what the money's for, is to help us with some of these locations where if we didn't have some of these positions, we would have either high class sizes or not a lot of opportunities. So being able to have some of these programs and things that we're doing, it really does help us to maintain and do some extra stuff for our students. So you can kind of see some things that we're looking at, some things we're still kind of in the middle of trying to figure out here. Some sanitation and some HVAC upgrades we're still looking at doing this year. Here's our technology, as you guys can see there. And if you guys want more information on what all this is, I definitely can go into more and more detail on what any of this stuff is. And so we still, after this is said and done, even after this, we still have about $5 million that we haven't allocated for next year, but you can see there's a lot of things this year that aren't allocated in next year. If we just do the same thing in our high schools and middle schools, that alone is $2.1 million. So there's a lot of things that $5 million that's unallocated next year is definitely going to go pretty quick. So that's kind of give you guys a heads up on where ESSER is. And then we can, when more and more comes out, we'll actually give you some more information if you guys want it on what we're doing with ESSER funding going forward. Any questions so far on that before I keep going? Okay, so we do have in our special education IDEA, there is an added element there with an ARPA amount. We got about $700,000 last year. We spent about $150,000, so we have quite a bit more that we're going to spend this year. We're really trying hard to do it with things and not people in that one because but we're going to have to, in order to be able to expend a lot of it, and we're going to basically need to start putting some positions on there. The hard part with that one is it's what's called a supplement, not supplant. So in all of our other ESSER funds, we can actually supplant. We had a bill that we currently had on the general fund. We could literally just pick it up and move it into ESSER and without any problems. Well, the problem with this ARPA funding, it basically says you will be in above and beyond what you normally do. So it's not like we can take an amount from the general fund and move it over to this fund and say, okay, we're good. We just spent the grant and we opened up some general funds. We can't do that for the reasons of the grant requirements. And we have what's called a maintenance of effort as well, where we have to maintain a certain level of general funding for those students in special education every year compared to the year before. So there's a lot of restrictions we got to work around with IDEA. So, and then nutrition services, the big thing that is going to happen, we actually have a hearing that's happening on the same day as that budget hearing, is the free and reduced lunch. For the last 2 years, a little over 2 years, we've been on like a summer food schedule where everybody's free. I think what's happened is everybody loved it. Nutrition services loved it. We got a lot of money for it, but the problem is because so many things revolve around the free and reduced lunch numbers across all other grants. I think they basically got forced back into basically going into a paid, free, or reduced lunch status. So that's going to change us back to, so it changes all of our numbers again. The bad thing is the state has not, the federal government still has not reduced what our federal reimbursement rate is going to be. We won't get that till July. So we're kind of flying blind in what we're trying to do there. We did make some additional money this year, but the oddest thing with nutrition services is, unlike other places that say you can have a minimum fund balance, they actually give us a maximum fund balance of only 3 months operating, which is about $1.5 million. So anything above that, we actually get in trouble by the USDA of having too much fund balance, and we can't use it for just in case. So we are going to be above that at the end of this year, but most of the reason for that is because we're trying to do a lot of large projects and a lot of big buys, a lot of big ovens, a lot of replacement of some like coolers and that stuff. And the issue is we're just trying to get all the product in. It's going to take us a year to get a lot of that stuff in. So it's you'll see some of those big expenses and some of those bids come in next year when we do those. All right. I'm done, guys. I mean, it was a quick whirlwind and only a couple of technical difficulties. But if you guys have any additional questions, I'm open to answer them.
There's no grace period in that 3-month period of money, that maximum money in that fund. There's no grace period where you can spend it like the next 2-3 weeks. Has to be spent within that 3 months.
Yeah, so the three, we can actually, so for years we've always been a little above that. We've always asked for waivers, and it's kind of a weird thing with the nutrition services, because one of the things we're supposed to do on the other side, which is what this hearing is about, the other side, is we have to charge our people the same amount or more than what the state, what we're getting for federal reimbursement. And for years we've been under it because we've had such a fund balance. It's like, why do we raise our rates if we're able to make, have a good fund balance, still pay our bills, and keep our rates low? And they said, tough, this is not going to happen anymore. So they kind of said that's not available anymore. So one of the things we're doing is we just have to provide them a plan, and we're looking at spending out of there probably $1.5 to $2 million worth of expenses because we did get, the free money that they gave us per child, seriously was way more than we've really ever gotten from the federal monies in the past. And more people were eating because it was free, right? So we made pretty good money, and they had a lot of cuts, a lot of changes in payroll. So things were really good for us this year that we're at. But it's going to take a little while. One of the cool things we're actually working on right now, though, is we're working on redesigning the cafeteria in Skyview to try to make it into like a bistro type setting where kids would actually want to go and study and hang out. And maybe that will help bring in some additional monies and some additional people eating in some of the schools. We're trying to be more creative in that world as well, to get some different things to get our high school kids to actually eat better at our schools, as opposed to going across the street to McDonald's or going down and getting in their car and getting in wrecks and stuff like that. So did that answer your question?
Thank you. Any other questions for Randy? All right. Thanks, Randy. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. You have a good one.
Dr. Russell, anything for these? No. Okay. All right. The next item on our agenda is I'll just turn my agenda off here. Challenge book process for challenge books.
Chairman,
Yes.
I just want to invite the special guest that we invited.
Absolutely. So we have a few guests that we invited, especially to this work session. Got a lot of good information and feedback from them. We would love it if you wouldn't mind coming up and sitting in this chair. So if during this discussion, that mic will capture your voices, since we are live streaming this. Okay, so I'll just set the stage. last board meeting, there was a decision to remove some books from the libraries. It was on all the books were on a list, and the decision was made by the board to remove those from our school libraries. Shortly after that, I think it was that same week, but it was just a few days after that, I was invited and to come and speak to some librarians and some concerned parents at Skyview. Trustee Taylor attended that meeting also, and Principal Barber was at that meeting, and we had a really good discussion. And our board clerk was there, took a lot of notes, and that is what she attached to this agenda topic of those notes. So this is all this is, just a discussion, because I think it's important that we make sure that we have a really good, solid, transparent, written down, consistent process that all of our patrons, our parents, our staff, everybody knows that this is the process that we will use to challenge books. So that being said, has there been any thoughts among the trustees since last board meeting of what that process might look like? In fact, let me start with Dr. Russell. Is there any information from staff that you would like to provide, or maybe we'll just start with you first?
Thanks, Chair Kirkman. No, not really. I think the staff is curious to hear what the patrons have to say. Curious to see what the board's thoughts are around generator process. I think the staff is open to taking feedback and trying to do a clear and transparent process the best that we can. We have our new curriculum instruction director here, Mr. Scott Knopp, and he's here to kind of listen and so forth. I think staff-wise, it's best to take input, kind of figure out how it goes.
Great, and I speak for myself also, but very interested in listening to what staff and their thoughts too around what this process might look like. One of the concerns that I had personally, I'm speaking just for myself, no one else on the board, is that there was some processes in place for this challenge book process, but personally, I just didn't see all of it at one time written down, something that I could hand to a parent in the community when asked, what is the process for challenging books? It was kind of, someone would tell me this, and then we'd see something here. I mean, it was just kind of all over the place. That's how I felt it was. So I really wanted to make sure that with staff input, with parent input, with trustee input, that we get a really good process in place. So I'll just open it for discussion. Let's just, if anyone has something to say, the trustees.
I just worry that it's not our job to create the process. It's really our job to write the policy. And then it's our superintendent and his team that is supposed, that's what he has the staff for, to execute and to do the process. And what I hear is that just you personally felt like there were problems not knowing what the process was and things like that. So you want to see something more tangible ahead of time of like, this is what that looks like. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I just wonder, are we getting out of our lane? And should we be working on the policy and fix what the policy reads and how that reads, so that if there are specific things that we want our superintendent and his team to be doing in the process, it should be dictated through the policy. So I want to make sure that we focus on that as a board and what we need to do there to make those changes.
Agreed. I think if that's what we need to do is adjust the policy so that it's clear to staff what is expected through that policy, then that's where we need to go, and without getting into the minutia details and things like that. Anyone else with a comment? Trustee Pearson?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment in the sense that these challenge books have become a hot topic. Unfortunately, from what I've seen, these have been a problem or a concern of the community for at least a year. And because of that, it's made, I feel, my job harder, because I think leadership has not acknowledged the community's concerns, and a lot of their concerns have fallen on deaf ears by the leadership. So unfortunately for me, that makes my job harder, because this has been an over a year or so problem with these books still on the shelves. And I did read some of the reviews and some of the summaries, and they're using this common sense media that was throwing books back on the shelves that I felt the rating was very low, most of the community, a lot of the community. So I'm here for the people and their voices. And because they weren't being heard, and it had been a year of just falling on deaf ears by leadership, I felt necessary to really have the books removed at the time. And I do think, I don't know the whole policy, like Mandy's saying, the process, maybe there's a certain policy we need to come up with, but obviously what there was set in the past by the leadership was failing, and it was making these books available. I don't think they were appropriate, and it was a failed system. So I had to take action, I felt, for the people.
That's insane. So going back and looking at those books, there are some books on there that I personally believe should not be on there. In fact, one of the things that I learned speaking with this group that's sitting in front of us is that there's some books on there that are actually part of curriculum. And that brought up a whole new thing, is that, we need to make sure that if those books are part of a curriculum, that is the board approving the curriculum with those books? And, those are just questions that come up in discussion that was had during meeting with the group of folks that are sitting in front of us. So it's very enlightening for me.
Chairman Kirkman, and I just want to make sure I'm giving you guys some guidance and some tools to use. Policy 1310, administrative procedures. The superintendent shall develop such administrative procedures as are necessary to ensure consistent implementation of policies adopted by the board. When a written procedure is developed, which it should be, the superintendent shall, it doesn't say may, so they have no choice, shall submit it to the board as an information item. Such procedures not need to be approved by the board, though they may be revised when it appears that they are not consistent with the board's intentions as expressed in the policy. On controversial topics, the superintendent may request board approval. So the board should always have access to procedures, and the procedures should align with what the board expressed. And that's policy 1310.
And I think to what Trustee Simpson was saying too, is also, we need to have faith and trust in our administrators to put those types of procedures in place. I would like to know, maybe it would be helpful for those that are listening in, those that are sitting here. What is the process right now? Can we is there something written down first? And if not, what is the process that was in place?
Yeah, so Chair Bergman, we have a process originally for adopted curriculum to be challenged, and what that typically involved was a written proposal saying that there was concerns around a textbook or some sort of curriculum that would be given to the curriculum instruction director. The curriculum instruction director then would meet with the concerned patron individual, have a conversation. If that person felt like that wasn't satisfactory, then they would move into a review where there'd be a selection of school employees, teachers, and parents would come together, would review the text, review the concerns that were brought forth, discuss those in a committee, and then make a recommendation to the superintendent or the superintendent's designee, and then the decision would be made at that point. And then I think that decision could then be brought forth and challenged to the school board if that were the case. So that's originally how we had done it with adopted curriculum. Now library books haven't had previous challenges to library books. And so when the large number that came out that was challenged, took that basic process and moved it over to the library books and began to do that. I think there were 8 committees that were started in that process. I think some individuals sitting here today were part of that. And they were in the middle of that when we get board meetings.
Is this a written process? Is this online order?
That I believe it may be in procedures, but I don't believe it. I don't know if it is, honestly. I don't know.
I think one of the things when I was listening to what the process was, is one of the things that came up that seemed to change in midstream was parents could request their student not have access to a particular book in the library. And I think at the last one of the work sessions, I think it was a work session right before the board meeting, I asked the question, well, what does that look like now? And then, I think it was Ms. Mon who said, well, we would call the parent back to verify that it was the parent. And I think my question was, how do you know? There was just, it was just some continuing questions about what was changing. And it seemed like that was a change in the process also, when now the librarians were calling back the parents to verify it. And that was one thing I just didn't see written, or was that it changed midstream. And again, that's where I'm at. So
Yeah, correct. Just one other little caveat too, with the, in the curriculum, one of the options too is that parents can request an alternative text. And so there could be an alternative text provided to the student. In the past, when we had a challenge several years ago, that was offered, that was accepted by the parents, and then the teacher taught the students through different texts.
And those alternative texts, was it, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, here's a list, or was it already a list of alternative texts with the curriculum
It was a
adoption?
list of the accepted curriculum adoption.
So parents had access to that before the curriculum was, as the curriculum was adopted, here was the list.
When the curriculum was adopted, there is a list of books. For example, this was a high school English language arts course. The book was challenged, and the teacher offered, or we can use another from the list if you'd like to read that book to teach the basic main ideas, paraphrasing, those type of things.
Okay. Question? Trustee Valier, you look like you got something.
I always have something in my head. I don't have a question. I just, I find the process very unclear, very open-ended. And if there's nothing written, anybody can change it at any time. So you see the frustration that parents have had. Originally, the intent was to improve the process and put everything on hold because I worded that very unclear. I just went ahead and decided to shut the system. An electric shock sometimes is needed to make changes the right way. And we removed those books, which I'm glad we did. But let's figure out the process. I think it's got to be clear, concise, well-written, and it's got to make sense according to our community, not to Ada County, not to Colorado or Florida and all those emails that we receive from all those places, to Nampa.
One of the things that struck me during our discussion in the last work session is when Ms. Mon was talking about the staff that were involved with those committees. And it was during the time, I think it was February time period, where we had a lot of staff shortages, we had a lot of substitutes, and a lot of the district staff, administrative staff were in the classroom substituting. It kind of put the whole process on hold. And I totally appreciate that. And that was one of my concerns, is that is there a fail safe, or is there something that we can put in place so that it doesn't, if something like that were to come up, the process doesn't necessarily stop with reviewing those whatever challenge book might be there. Because I think that added a lot of frustration to some parents, is that what's going on? How come things don't seem to be moving? Well, what the parents failed to understand, or what we failed to communicate to the parents, is that things outside of our control, the staff are sitting in classrooms trying to keep those classrooms open and schools open. And I found that very, that was surprising to me. And I'm glad she brought that up, because it definitely had a lot of concern. But when we do put something in place, maybe there's a way that we can address that. I don't know how that might be, and that's why we're discussing. Then my other question would be, how were the committees formed? I know that question has come up quite a bit. What was the selection criteria? Is there specifics for time period, reporting back to the board? How many are going to be on it? What's the ratio of parents to teachers to librarians? And I definitely think that librarians should be a part of that, those committees. So Dr. Russell, can you speak to how those?
Yeah, so the committees, typically, there's a couple of ways that it would be done. Is one, we could do an all-call or out for anyone that would be interested in doing that. Oftentimes, in the past, those We did not get a lot of input from those, so we would use maybe parents that have sat on PTAs or adoption committees in the past. We would reach out and see if they would be interested in serving on that. Staff, we usually use some district office folks here that work in our language arts departments. We ask the teachers, librarians to be a part of that. The ratio would probably just depend on the size that we have. We always want to make sure that we have some parent, some staff, some administrative input on the three as we went through that. It's not as specifically laid out as our curriculum adoption. It says a quarter of the community will be X, etc. So I can see how we can improve that to be more specific on how those are selected or chosen, and get some more solid procedures written on that.
I'm always concerned about how much time, this is an important topic though, goes back to parents and patrons and really everybody, no matter what your view might be. I'm always concerned about how much time we're requiring of staff to go through. I mean, is it going to take 6 weeks to go through one book? One book that's been challenged. I mean, that's a concern that I always have. And so are we really overburdening staff? But again, it's an important topic that needs to be addressed. And so we're doing it. Go ahead, Trustee Taylor.
I just think it would be really helpful because these are the community members, teachers, staff, and parents. Correct for me as a parent. Yeah, I think it would be really helpful because they have gone through the process and they have read the books. And I found discussing this with you guys so enlightening. It was just amazing. I really appreciated our time. But I think I heard a lot of these questions that I felt like you guys answered in our meeting of like how you read the books, what the process was. Maybe it would be really helpful for our board to all hear them speak.
Yeah, definitely.
And Chairman, can I add?
You weren't going to get out of here without saying something.
And I want to let them know that I have also loaded the notes from that meeting onto board docs, and I also emailed them to you so that you have that too.
So make sure you're tracking time for me, okay?
I am.
All right, very good. So yeah, let's go to you guys if you don't mind, and just some thoughts that you might have and some suggestions that we can. And this, we're not going to fix it right here tonight. We're just starting the discussion here.
Well, I'm responsible for, having all of these ladies here tonight, just because.
It's your fault.
Yeah. So my name is Ann Christensen. I'm a librarian at Skyview High School, and Nancy is a librarian at Nampa High. And then we did have committees, and we met 3 times. My committee met 3 times with 2 parents, 2 teachers, me, the librarian, and then 2 people from the staff on the district at the district. So
at that time, how many books were you reviewing?
we reviewed 3 different books. So the first one was Looking for Alaska. That seems to be the main concern from the parent at first, and then we got a list of more books. Okay, so Looking for Alaska was the first one, and I believe we read that in February or March. I think we were told in February, and then we were given 1 month. Yeah.
Okay.
And in March we met and we discussed that one. And then in April after spring break, we exactly 1 month later, we discussed bringing. And then the next month we did speak. And then that was 1st of May. And then you guys voted. And so then that just stopped the process. But there was another committee that Michelle was on, and she's a parent, Melissa's a parent. Then they volunteered their time to read these books and come and discuss what they thought about them. My job as a librarian, I can't say that I tried to read it while I was working, but I read it on my off time too. So a lot of time went into reading these books, analyzing it, seeing if it's appropriate. My viewpoint as a parent and as a librarian and as a citizen went into that. And so there were books that we all felt that were appropriate and some that weren't, but that process wasn't honored. We felt like we wasted our time, and that we felt like there was a process already in place and that we were following that process. I don't know why you didn't know about the process, but that's what we were doing and going forward with that. And I don't know if you feel like that's an appropriate amount of time to spend on one book. That's what we felt we could give with a volunteer group trying to meet as a committee and evaluate each book.
So when these books came to your committee, and I'll just speak to what you guys have experience with as far as the books that you reviewed, was there anything from a concerned parent or parents as that book was brought to your attention, was there any input from the parent?
We were told the parent was invited to be on the committee and they chose not to.
But was there anything written, like, here's why I want to challenge the book?
All they said was that it was pornographic in nature.
So 3 words. I mean, basically, that's what it came down to.
That was the complaint.
But there was,
All that list, 24 books.
okay. So as I've been thinking about this, I think that's something that we ought to consider in this policy or procedure, whatever, is that if there is a book that's going to be challenged, that first of all, the parent or whoever is bringing the challenge has to read the book.
Exactly.
We all have that.
And
We agree.
and again, these are just thoughts. This is just Jeff throwing these thoughts out here. And because I think this will help also some of the staff time that will be involved with reviewing these books, is that first here's why I'm challenging it. And maybe there's even a template that they fill out of boom, 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 and then that form can be automated or whatever, it goes to whoever. And again, these are just details that we can kind of figure out, and definitely looking for some additional input. But that just kind of makes sense to me.
I actually have seen a form that was created. No.
Do we know if that?
That was sent to both.
We do have a form that we have used in the past for our adopted curriculum, which requires the parents to fill out their name and their general concerns of the challenge. And that was used again in this process, since we kind of took the process that we had used in the past for our curriculum. And we just kind of transferred over to the library books because we didn't have that process for library books.
Okay.
Chairman Kirkman, that was not shared with myself nor the board.
Okay.
Form or the process.
Okay.
during this-
Yeah, and this is great though. This is why we're having this discussion, because these things come up, and if we need to bring them back, that's fantastic. And we're not here to point fingers or anything like that. We just want to make sure that we're getting some good things in place. Because I would like to see, if I'm going to challenge a book personally, I better dang well have a good reason to challenge it.
Yeah.
And we make our students write book reports. Why would we, if a parent wants to challenge it, take some time and do a synopsis, read the book, and give us some specifics as to why you think this should be challenged or not in this.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So what we found, like you had mentioned the rating system, I can't remember what that online, the website that rates content media.
Oh,
So we found out of those 3 books, like the first one, Looking for Alaska, was rated a 5 or a 4. And Crank also was rated that same one, but they were totally 2 different hot topics.
So the higher the rating,
The worse it's supposed to be.
okay.
But when we read Crank versus Looking for Alaska, Crank was nowhere near the same rating, in our opinions as a committee, that it would be for Looking for Alaska. So we found that those ratings are a lot unreliable.
Can I ask what were the difference of the books, why you thought one was okay and one wasn't?
One, Looking for Alaska was very graphic, sexually in detail and that type of thing. Crank was not at all. It was more involving just drug use and that type of thing. So it wasn't, I would say, in my opinion, Looking for Alaska was more explicit versus Crank.
And what was your recommendation on Looking for Alaska?
My personal recommendation was I didn't think it was appropriate. The rest of the committee decided that it had some good redeeming qualities to it and some things to learn from it. And then Crank, I thought I wanted actually my daughter to read, which I'm a very conservative person, but I thought it was a very beneficial book for anyone to read as a parent or a kid, just to learn about those type of issues.
Is there a guidance with regards to age limits?
Yes. And my group found that age limits also on that website were very low. We would have raised the age limits if we could on most of the books we read.
So you're going by your findings, you're not going by any actual guidance from the district, right?
And all of those books that were listed are in circulation library. That means that somebody can come to the library and just check it out, just to read in leisure, except for 3. 3 of them have been bought with district funds, that can be used in a classroom. And I think all 3 of those are senior level, 2 of them AP Lit, and extremely loud, extremely close.
Incredibly loud, incredibly close.
Yeah, that one, we have like a whole set that the whole senior class could read
Yeah, there's 300 and some odd.
Yeah.
Copies.
for each high school.
So I have a question based on that. If some of these books, you said 3 of them are on the AP list for books. If Nampa School District as a board decides that those 3 books are not going to be offered, do we lose our AP status?
Yeah, because those are on AP. or part of the curriculum.
Yeah, I don't know, off the top of my head. I believe that if the university requires that as part of or the AP requires that as part of the credit, it's possible. I don't, Mr. Garber, are you aware?
I can speak to
They'll
that.
speak to it.
Typically in AP situations, there are alternative texts, much like we have. There are alternative texts. However, there is a suggested reading list that AP comes out, College Board comes out with every year. And typically, for example, Speak was on that list last year. We chose not to do that at Nampa High, but it is an AP suggested reading book. And I think to your point, we wouldn't lose our AP status because AP is, there's a different piece there and there's a dual credit side, which I'm not going to get into the weeds on that, but there are different pieces. Universities could require something within their curriculum. And if we are articulating with that university, yes, we would have to use that. AP is different, but it is this is the suggested reading, and they do have a number of alternate texts, but typically that list is not overly long. These are the things that they're doing at the AP level.
So if we choose to take a book off that list, we still maintain AP status.
You can. Now, one of the questions would be, what if you have 3 books off that list that are on the reading list? So it could become a challenge to get through that process. But yes, you can do that. And that's open to do with AP.
Okay.
Susie, do you want to say something? Okay.
Yes, I do.
You're more welcome just to speak up. This is a work session. It's not that's why we do this in a work session. We can have a discussion.
I haven't been really familiar with common sense media until this came about. And I've been the librarian at Nampa High for 24 years now. There's only been a couple books that I've ever had anyone say, take this off the shelf. And no procedure was ever followed. I do like the idea of a procedure. But one of the things that we do in education is we want to look at things in more than one way. And with the smartphones and computers that have access to everything, books seem kind of small in comparison. But what books are doing is they're opening our minds to hot topics that these kids are living through. If you think that we don't have kids that have not been physically, mentally abused, you're wrong. If you don't think we've had kids that have been bullied or raped, you're wrong. Some of these books can give our kids some coping skills and how to deal with this. Because when you're a victim, the first thing you feel is, I'm the only one that this has ever happened to, and I don't know how to deal with it. And so you're embarrassed. You're not going to go talk to anyone. But maybe you can find some answers in a book. Now, some of these books, most of them are. I've read, the ones I haven't read, I've read most of them by now, but not all of them. I think I'm missing 4 that I haven't read yet. Books are like a jigsaw puzzle. If you take one piece out and look at it, it may seem really offensive. But when you put all those pieces together, you get that whole, and you're finding out what this all means. This scene, whether it's graphic or not, is not the whole story. That's just a little piece of it. And so we put them together to come up with, oh my gosh, I'm not the only one this has happened to. I can figure out how to live with it. I can. It's okay to go talk to someone.
That's what a lot of these books, that's the big message from them. Looking for Alaska, which I just truly love that book. And it shocked me because I'm pretty straight-laced. It shocked me in some places, but I love that book. The main characters in that book are really conscientious about their grades and about their education. They know how important education is. They know how important reading is and how that takes place in our overall learning. So yeah, they make poor choices. How many of us can go through and honestly say, I went through my teens and never made one poor decision? That isn't the case with most of us. If we learn from our mistakes, if we're able to learn from our mistakes or someone else's mistakes, that may make a lot of difference in these kids. They go through a lot anymore. And any way we can help them, I think is worthwhile.
You know, if I can say something, I appreciate you saying that. It's been a tough few years for the kids, especially now. A lot of psychological issues, a lot of broken families. I mean, we don't live in the best of cities when it comes to that, right? But I believe that there's many different ways to teach a child or a kid about any subject without exposing them to things, you know, one ideology. Because when you read a book, it's one person's idea or experience compared to the thousands and thousands that there can be out there, similar or somewhat similar with their variations. And for that reason, it doesn't make sense to me. And maybe I'm just coming from a different world, but I do know that there are choices out there that if we look really carefully, we can find that can be more, I don't want to, how should I say, that kind of fits more to the mold of our community. And I have to say that because we're not New York and we're not California and we're definitely not Washington, okay? We have to fit the mold of our community. And I understand people are going through a lot of hard things, but we have to, I believe personally, that we have to find books that can teach our children things, but also even better than that, my goodness, if we know somebody's going through a problem, let's give them counseling, personal counseling. Let's teach, you know, let's have a library specific for parents, you know, who don't know how to deal with these issues with their children, and let them make the choices. But in our school, to leave it open for everybody, for one or two people who have a specific experience similar to that person who wrote the book, does not make sense to me specifically.
I think you hit it on the head, though. It's about choice, and it's about, we all have different perspectives and we all have different ways of looking at things. And when we take some choices away from a certain group of people, we're taking away their freedoms and taking away their experiences and not allowing the big picture. Okay, so I don't agree with some of these books on this list. I feel like Looking for Alaska, I didn't read the whole thing. I couldn't. I didn't want it in my head. I didn't want those things there. But listening to the other people that read that book opened my eyes to, like, yes, there can be some value in this for other people that think differently than me. And I think that's what our whole country is about, is protecting everyone's rights to read and believe what they want. And when we start saying, no, you can't believe this, you cannot read this, that's when we are taking that right away, I believe. Yeah, I understand that there's you know, appropriateness and things, but I think as parents, that's our choice over children.
Right, and that's exactly what I wanted to get to. Excuse me, Trustee Dahlia, is that I think everyone shares the concern, absolutely. what I'd kind of like to look at is how do we get to the brass tacks, the details? Like if I'm a parent that doesn't want my child reading a particular book after I've read it, and what I would prefer as a parent, or I think maybe some parents would, is to read the review of the challenge book from the school district, not from Common Sense or whatever. It's like, I think that's going to speak more to community values. And then as a parent could then decide, well, this committee, a properly procedured committee, if you will, went through this process. This is their review. Now as a parent, I can look at, we post it online or whatever, wherever we put it. And then at that point, how do I, as a parent, then say, I don't want my child to have access to that book whatsoever? How does that happen at the school?
So anytime a parent has called me and said, I do not want my child so-and-so reading a specific book, that is always honored. It has been for me. And it has not happened very often, maybe 2 or 3 times in all the years I've been there. The parent has that right.
Sure.
I believe that. So the other things I want to say about that is the library books especially are book of choice. No one's making them read it.
Sure.
They are, and our curriculum has been set up also, so they are basically a book of choice. If they don't want to read that one, there's alternative titles that they can read. So nobody is forcing anyone to read these. You know, reading is also for pleasure. You should enjoy what you're reading. And then the other thing is all of these books that were in my library, and I think I've talked to Ann about this too, they haven't been checked out in 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years. No one has checked them out of my library in a lot of.
Well, they might be checked out quite a bit after we get this.
They don't get down.
They're not there. They're not there, but they are.
So,
And my other
Go
concern
ahead.
too is when you put parameters, like right now, I don't want to buy any books. I'm a librarian and I don't know what to buy.
Yeah.
I don't know what your parameters are.
Mhm.
You changed that when you took books away that I hate. Oh, there's other books in my library that it just puts me at not knowing what my
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. So I need to be clear if you are going forward with, I don't want to purchase waste funds, taxpayer dollars to buy books that then be taken away. Doesn't make any sense. So.
Mr. Pearson?
Yeah, I just had a quick question for the librarians. You've been a librarian for 24 years, you said?
Yes.
Has there been very many since you've been books removed? And
2.
what books were those, do you remember? And why?
Principal told me to take them off the shelf. And no, I don't remember. Sorry.
It was Wayland, he's
For
raised his
clarity,
hand.
it's not.
And is there any books that they don't allow in the library? I mean, do you have a list of books that are not allowed in the library?
One thing I am a certified librarian, so I went to school to learn how to select books. And I have never been asked about. I had one principal came in and looked at my display of new books. He's the only one that's ever said anything to me. He even says, looks like you're doing a good job. I don't need to say anything more.
So you don't have a procedure in
I have a
place
procedure.
where you can't but you don't have anything saying you can't have this book in or that book in it's by your choice. Is there?
So if you want to, 98% of anything in print, somebody's going to complain about. So, that's
My question is there a criteria set at all? I mean, to what you're allowed to let in the book, in the library, the school libraries or not?
no, it's just my professional opinion where I use appropriate grade level, age level, topics that they'll read.
For instance, I've heard that they don't have the Bible in there. I've heard about Dr. Seuss, and I'm asking because I don't know, I'm not a librarian.
And the Holy Bible has been on the most objective list for more than 100 years.
Exactly.
And I do have copies of it in there. And I have information about other religions, but none of them teach those religions. They tell about them.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So usually what happens for me is a student will come in and say, I really like this book, and you don't have it. So would you, I'll put it on a list, and then I look it up and I see some writings if I haven't personally read it myself. I usually know the student. Is this a student who always checks out books, and what kind of books do they check out? But yeah, and then I'll look at the ratings and appropriateness and get different ratings from different places, Amazon and Common Sense, and then usually we'll purchase it. If they're an avid reader, they usually have good taste, and maybe they'll read it if I have time. But that's the procedure that I follow at my library. And I am not a certified librarian. I'm a paraprofessional. I'm a parent, and I have a son who loves reading, and we had AR points, and yeah, that's another way of grade level appropriateness. And that's another way to measure that.
But it sounds like, I'm sorry, what was your name again, the 24-year?
Nancy Finney.
Nancy?
Uh-huh.
Nancy, it sounds like you determine what the age appropriateness is of the book.
Oh, no. I look at professional reviews. I look at award-winning books. I also ask the kids what they're reading. I have a slip if they are wanting to recommend something. Fill out the slip, and we call it our wish list, and then I look and see if it would fit in with our collection. Yes, I do look. I have I go through some criteria of my own
That you've developed because you have all
that
these years of experience.
and I've read it. There's a class called Basic Book Selection that goes through and gives you some ideas.
Yeah, and this for me tells the importance of having procedures set in place. Because from what it sounds, there's several areas where people are just basically doing things that make sense to them. But if something was to happen to that person, another person would come in and kind of probably change the process a little bit according to what they know and according to how they feel and according to what they like or according to whatever. If there's nothing set in place, then, to me, the whole thing is basically tells me, well, we are in a hot mess. And especially when you said that the principal gave you a compliment and came in and look at the books or question anything, to me, that tells me that there's a principal who trusts a little too much, because when it comes to the safety of kids, I look at the safety, their mental safety, psychological. I look at my own experience when I was a kid. Oh man, I was troubled. I had a group of friends and we just go to the library to look for things. I was just troubled. And I know kids do that.
Well, and I think that, Trustee Valier, and in the interest of time, we've got to kind of move this along, but I do want to make sure that we're looking at the process here. So, and the tough part is balancing the wishes of the parents and what they would like to see, and then obviously deferring to the professionalism of our librarians and our staff in the schools. So what I kind of like to think about, and again, we're not making any decisions here tonight, is, and our board clerk has taken copious and very detailed notes so that we can start working into place, is question, do we default, how do I put this? Do we opt in or opt out, I guess, the book? So if there's a book that's been challenged, do we pull that book and then have the parent opt in for their child to read it, or do we leave it and have the parent opt out for their child to read that? Does that make sense, that question? I mean, that's kind of what I want to get to, is that type
I
of
think this is a very easy, super easy fix. The books in the library are there for choice. They stay in the library. If a parent wants to take a list of books or optional books or whatever, any book that they don't want their child to read, they call the library and say, I would like these books not be available to my child.
And that's easily done.
And that's easily done by calling the school or emailing the librarian, either way, whatever way we put in the policy, right? And then parents who are okay with their students reading the books, or the students who would like to pick up those books, are still free to do so. That balances both sides. Every parent can be happy with that.
It puts the responsibility back on the parents and not the responsibility.
I'm all for that.
Except sometimes the parents might not know all the books that are in the library, and then the
That's
kid
the
has
problem.
access. How are you supposed to know every book?
If the parent has a big, if a parent
Like,
like
there's
these-
graphic pictures in some of these books. To me, you know, they're very graphic. I just don't think that any child, when you're sending your kids to a school that's supposed to be safe, should be, I mean, to
So-
me, that's.
Yeah, and I'm a very conservative parent. And there are
We
books
have
on
to have
this
some
list that
moral
I hope my
compass.
kids don't read. I really do, but if they choose to read that book, or if they come to me and say, Mom, I'm gonna read this book, or if I'm super concerned about what's in the library, I will go to the library and have a look at those. I read all the time. Whatever books my kids bring home from school, I read them with them or read before them or whatever and go through. Because I want to be able to have those conversations of, you know, the value of life and quality of treating others with respect and the way that they make choices and how those choices can lead to really big consequences later. And so books, if they choose to read those, then we will have those discussions at home. And any parent that has been complaining about this list of books, they can, you know, they can do the same thing. They can go and say, okay, these books are not okay for my student. And if a parent is not concerned about that, and the student is not concerned about that, the book is free for them to be able to read. Because to be honest with you, when this was first brought up, of parents complaining about the books that were in the library, my very first thought was, why are other parents choosing what my kids can read? That's not, I don't agree with that. Even though I'm conservative, even though I hope my kids don't read some of those books on that list, that was my thought. It's more about choice than content sometimes.
Again, I do believe still, when you're sending your children to school where they are minors, there has to be some boundaries. There has to be, because we have to entrust, you know, the parents are sending the kids. There's no way that you can be aware of every book or everything that your child's doing. So you have to, some things have to have boundaries and have to have supervision in structure and procedure. And,
Right.
I just believe some of those books just should not be in the library, because I know how kids are. They're gonna go find those books and they're gonna look at those, you know, what's in there. And I just think that school is supposed to be a safe place.
Yeah.
So
I agree, which again, the policy is going to be very helpful.
You can
in
have a
that.
parent just say, I want to know anytime a book is checked out.
yeah, so
And then they don't have to have a list. I can say, I can call them every time.
okay, so the details that we're getting into, I know it's gonna take up a lot of time, and I do wanna make sure that Trustee Simpson she had a comment or a question, and then Dr. Russell also had something to say. And I think maybe we'll wrap this up here in the next few minutes.
I just, as framing this from the perspective of, we're just trying to generate ideas to
Yes.
create a better practice moving forward. And so questions, I did share with Ms. Lamont and Chairman Kirkland and Dr. Russell, just some things that were sent to me, like already generated things. So maybe parts of that, like the template for reconsidering materials, things like that, maybe can still pieces and parts of what was shared with me. But I think two questions like need to be looked at, and one was kind of that idea of, I'm pretty sure all the books in the library that you guys have are on the computer, right? So a list actually could be generated. I don't know if that needs to be part of the policy. I think if you're afraid of what your kids might be reading, like, it shouldn't be that hard to call your school librarian and ask, can you give me a list of the books that are in there, but also just maybe moving forward that schools have, and librarians have those lists available, just throwing that out there. But then also to, you know, we don't have a line item that I remember off the top of my head in our budget, as we're talking about budgets that go for our library books. And so I think the funding very much depends on that too, as like, yes, it's our job to have a policy to dictate how things go in our libraries and whatnot, but are we allocating money for those books that actually are in there?
Don't put any ideas in Dan's head.
Well, I know, here's the deal, I already know the answer is
Yeah,
no.
right.
So, but I think then we need to
Something
look
to
at
consider.
who's buying the books. And when we make committees, like, maybe those people get to be
Right.
higher on the list. If you're willing to generate money and support buying books for schools, like, why can't you have a say in what's happening? So I'm just throwing it out there as things to be considered as we move forward.
Yeah, appreciate that. Dr. Russell.
Chair Crickman, thank you. Just a couple of clarifying notes. I did reach out to Ms. Mon and I did email you the procedures that we had used and the form for parents to fill out. So it may be helpful to, for the administration to get feedback on the board of where that's strong, where those are weak, or where that's vague and not specific enough. So we can adjust those. We can look at Trustee Simpson's suggestions as well to send that. What I'm hearing is the administration needs to create a more uniform process and then share that with the board so the board has clear transparency about how that goes forward. I think that's what I'm hearing tonight. And a question I just wanted to ask with our librarians again, thank you folks for being here so much. It's my understanding, I haven't been in our library system to be able to specifically look, but that parents can call and a student's account can be flagged, which means before they check out anything, it pops up on your screen and lets you know that Greg cannot check out a certain book. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Taylor?
Yeah, I just had to, like, one request. Moving forward, I would really like to know from a staff perspective what's obtainable, just like how Mindy's talking about, like with the funding, like we don't get funding from our libraries. We learned all of that during that meeting. Like I said, it was enlightening and eye-opening. If we're going to bring decisions like this to the table, I would always like the historical information, like knowing that there wasn't necessarily a uniform procedure, but your guys' committee, in my opinion, did phenomenal work. I really appreciate your guys' commitment to reading those books. I've started as well, and I would agree with you. Not only are some of those books phenomenal, but they echo the life of mine and my children. We are a broken home, and my ex-husband is an addict. So I really appreciate your guys' commitment to reading those things because I do believe that our community is very, very diverse, even within its diversity.
Okay, so here's a couple of things that I see that we need to look at. I'm moving on, don't worry. First of all, parents have to have, and that's all I heard through the campaign is parents want more choice, parents want more input. Well, guess what? Here's the opportunity for parents to get more input. And shame on parents if they don't show up. If they reach out, if the district reaches out to the parents for input, if they invite them to be on a committee, if we have public comment every board meeting and we're not seeing parents show up, the opportunity is there. So I really do think that that's this, whatever process, whatever we come up with is going to include that parent. If they don't, so be it. Hold on just a sec. We really have to move on here. And then I think that just the details, I hope that you guys will be available, that we can reach out to you and others who want to chime in on the process and give us ideas. I would really like to see something in place before the new school year starts. For one, some of these books on this list are probably going to end up back in, I'm speaking for myself, I'm not making a decision for the board. I just anticipate some of these books ending up back in the library. As soon as they were pulled from right after that decision, I reached out to Dr. Russell and asked him, because we left that up to him and his staff to deal with the books. And he told me that what was going on. And I said, well, let's just put all those books in the warehouse. Don't get rid of them. Don't burn them. Don't donate them. Just hold on to them. Because I really do see that that's coming back at some point. Again, that's going to be a board decision when we get a process in place. But I really do want to see a process in place for the new school year to start. So that gives us the summer. I say the whole summer, but it's only like 2 weeks long, isn't it? It feels like 2 weeks long. So with that being said, appreciate your input. Absolutely, it's critical. It's critical to anybody who wants to provide input. We've got a lot of emails about this topic, and a lot of them have been very enlightening. I really do appreciate that. So we're going to look to everybody to see what this might look like, including staff. So we appreciate that, Dr. Russell, and what your staff has done also. Okay, I apologize, Trustee Pearson.
I just
You
want
got
to make
15
sure,
seconds.
okay, I just want to hope whatever the procedure is, there's something we have to vote on as far as a challenge book, that we get the opportunity to have the book to read it if we're gonna have to vote on it, because it would be really important to me to be able to fully read these books that I'm gonna have to vote on.
I've got a quick question.
Yes.
No, more questions we have, the longer we're not gonna have. We're not gonna have.
This one's for you.
Okay, hold on just a sec. All right.
My understanding was that in the last committee that we had about the books, that it was said that they were gonna be thrown away.
No,
So,
no, they were to be removed from the libraries, and then we left the disposal up to the staff. To
okay,
determine
so
how
they were
that
supposed to be
disposal-
disposed of.
And disposal can look like a number of things. Doesn't necessarily have to be burned or throw away or donated or whatever.
Disposal is also being stored.
Chairman Kirkman, why don't we follow up with that?
Yes,
please. Okay, so I'll put that in follow-up. Also, in lieu of time.
Yeah.
I think the process is, the superintendent is going to email you some
Yeah.
documents. I have shared all the additional documents on the board docs that have been sent to me tonight, so it has been updated. We will schedule a work session with only this topic, no other topic, to have that discussion and move forward with the procedure in place in the near future.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. You are more than welcome to sit in the chairs or leave or stick around or
Thank
whatever.
you.
Thank you guys
Thank
very
you
much
again.
for being here.
Have a good night. Thank you
Appreciate
again.
it. All right, we have, what time do we need to be in executive session?
You guys have 15 minutes for this topic, and then we're giving the next topic 5 minutes, and then we're gonna go. And I'm on top
All
of
right,
it.
all right. Don't be afraid to interrupt. The next agenda on the, or the next item on the agenda is committees. Just reminding me again.
Okay, so I also provided all the information in
Yes.
the board docs from the workshop that you guys did on May 2nd. I believe that's the date. I don't have it pulled up to my board meeting. Templates it going right now. That you guys, Mrs. Mon, I don't have that.
Okay, but that's the same.
No, I have the conversation where, Lauren Mon asked you guys questions of what your expectations were in possible
Oh,
committees. If we want to share that, we can, or I can at least pull it up and if you want me to lead that conversation. In lieu of time, it's up to you, but I did load it. It would be under committees. I have multiple things under that topic that it says draft committee norms. And some of the things you guys talked about at that meeting was transparency. I mean, you guys can go through it, but working towards what you guys expect from committees, and then we're going to be updating that policy along with that curriculum policy after July 1st.
Okay. You know, whenever I see the word committees now, I keep going back to the how and the why and things like that. I think this is a question that just kind of lingers is, and Dr. Russell shared with us his document with the tabs about the different committees and kind of some information about that. And maybe this is a decision, maybe this is what the staff is looking for too, is like, tell us which committees need to be selected by the administration and what committees need to be selected by the board. I mean, that's the question I still have. I can only imagine it's probably one that staff still have too. So I just, sometimes I feel like we're beleaguering this point, but it's an important point that we need to make sure that we're focusing and honing in on. So that's where I'm at, is like, I mean, if we just look at these committees that Dr. Russell gave us.
I did ask him to email those last week. I was not able to upload those in the board docs
Yeah.
because I don't have
I
those
think everyone-
electronically. Those were also given out on May 2nd,
Yeah,
but
everyone
I
has.
just don't have them electronically like I wanted to load it.
So it's just the audit committee, calendar committee, curriculum adoption committee, negotiations, which is technically not a committee, the press and compel, late start committee, facilities committee, and insurance committee. So my first question is, how many of these committees now have to change the makeup of the committee due to after July 1st? Did we ever figure that out? Get a solid answer on that.
So negotiations, although it's not necessarily a committee,
Right.
would change. Late start, again, that has been several years, so it's possible that could, because it COVID kind of defuncted that one. If you just want to read the list, I can.
Audit committee.
Audit committee does change every year depending on who wants to be a part of it from the board, so that would change after July 1st.
So to the law that I'm referring to.
Right, I think what you're asking
Yeah.
is the committee framework, basically, the
Yes.
setup of it, because with the curriculum committee, it has changed to specific requirements of what type of person who sits on it.
And do we know that is the new statute affects just that committee, curriculum committee? Or does it affect all of these?
If it's a board committee, then there's specific guidance on how long the committee meets and who's a part of it. If it's administrative committee, then the administration will choose how long that committee would be a part of that. And that would end.
So a board committee is governed by statute. You remember the statute off the top of your head? You know all of them.
No pressure.
In our policy, that it says as much as well.
Right,
Yeah, I do know
policy
that-
1250, it is in like the curriculum policy that talks about curriculum committees, is that Idaho Code 33512 subsection. I think I'm gonna get it wrong, but it's one of the little subsection, a single. But I think the question is that you guys have to decide moving forward, what is the expectation of board committees versus administrative committees and the outlook?
Before we get to there, again, I'm sorry I'm beating this dead horse, but I just need to make for sure. The change in the new statute at July 1st,
I would not.
how many committees does that affect? Is it just the board committees? And do we need to change all of our board committees to conform to the new statute, July 1st?
Trustee Kirkman, I understand what you're asking now. I'm sorry, you're talking about the new legislation that came out this year. My understanding that was curriculum oriented committees, but we would have to check with our legal to see if that goes with every single.
Okay, because
And
we're gonna have to
Sorry,
change our policy if that's the case, to
Sure.
conform to the statute, I think.
I would also say, since the new statute is not printed and updated in code or in law, that I would wait to make sure it aligns with the DAPA rule, right?
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
And that is not accessible right now.
So do we have a timeline on, I just
Yeah.
worry about a first read and a second read and possible further reads if necessary. Like, is that, I don't remember, is that something that has to be changed and effective July 1st? Or just we begin the process July 1st?
We would begin our process because it's not updated in code and official till July 1st, but sometimes it comes out a little bit late. So I have reached out to the state board to find out when we can anticipate our little blue books. And also that, so as soon as I get that, I will update you with a change like that. You also are not required to go through all the meetings because it is a law change.
Right. So it supersedes the policy and whatnot. Okay, so we're just kind of in a holding pattern for a minute on that. But we have reached out, we are seeking clarification. We can ask our attorney if we need to. Okay, that, Trustee Taylor.
Chair Kirkman, I really appreciated what Christie said, if we're gonna have this conversation again about the expectations from our board. I do think that it needs to be more clear for us to actually have a definitive conversation. We've had it twice. And I think that there's a lot of confusion around our expectations. So I really echo what she said, and I think that we have to look at this from a macro view to really drill down so we can be more specific to staff and patrons.
Yes, and I'm thinking about like the topic we were just talking about, the book committee, review committee. Is that one that needs to be formed by administration, or is that one that needs to be formed by board? I mean, those are the questions, and I'm looking for easy answers.
I can give you, Chairman, I would say that is an easy answer for me, but maybe it's different for everyone else because it's in code under 33512 subsection, I can't remember off the top of my head, that you're required to have a suitable library and approve that would be your guys' committee because it is in code and it doesn't say you may, it says these are the duties and powers the board of trustees shall have. That means not, oh, I would give and take. You have no choice.
So in addition to the curriculum, it's the materials in the library.
Chair Kirkman, just to clarify, historically, what the board has done is made that choice. When the board wants to have a board committee, they would say administration, we'd like to form a board committee around libraries, around start time, whatever it may be that the board feels that way. The other thing the board has done in the past is said administration would like you to form an administrative committee around that and bring us back information on release. And that's exactly what the START committee was a couple years ago. So I think it's to the board discretion.
And those are some of the things that would need to make an open meeting as a decision from the board.
And now the draft committee norms that are in here, this was facilitated to go along with when Lori Mon was setting up some of those norms that she wanted to make sure she was meeting the board's expectations with the curriculum, but I'm not sure because we have had some transition, what's been shared with the new curriculum director, but I did share this with Lori and it's also in board docs.
Well, I wish we had the new curriculum director here. Oh, Mr. Knott, you are here. Is there anything that you would like to chime in?
I do have photos of the whiteboard from that work session,
Oh,
so I
okay.
have all the information.
Oh, great. I would assume so.
So I'm a little bit of speak on some of this. The bill, the statute's not out yet, but the bill does, like, Krista just said, change the word shall. So it went from for curriculum, you could choose to have an administrative appointed committee or a board, but now it's, you have to appoint committees, obviously. I think one of the things we probably want to talk about as we work through this is the law is now directing what we do with curriculum for the ease of all of us learning what we want this to look like. Do we want some of these other board committees to kind of mirror and model what the curriculum wants lining out for us, right? So in other words, that does a book challenge committee now. Do we want to somewhat mirror the 12-member committee represented by 6 parents? So those are probably some things that just pop in my mind. How do we make some of these new things, but also kind of streamline them and make them easy for all of us to learn and get better at, since a lot of stuff sounds like. With that, I'll just keep taking notes.
I think that's a good, the easier the better. As long as we're hitting the targets and checking the boxes and making sure that we're in conformity with statute, and then our policies are conform to that statute, and then what, I don't want to overburden the staff, I guess is really what I'm looking at too. I don't have a problem with them doing what needs to be done, but I just want to make sure that we're doing it as expediently as possible. So any further discussion on the committees? What do we need from this work session right now? Do we need to take anything from this work session to the next board meeting? Do we need to?
So the only thing I think that would be super helpful is again, us to make a decision on the committees that either we're gonna reinstate that we haven't, so like the late start committee, we keep dancing around that one. I of course love that cause, which I say every time, but I really just think that, I love what Mr. Knopf said. I think that was brilliant. I think the law has changed for more parent involvement. So I think that that's a lot of what the community wanted to see, and the law already is in alignment with what people were asking for. And then I think from there, we take a look at the things of the shall, but again, our expectations, because what I can see going forward is maybe there is an administrative committee, but also understanding that even if it is an administrative committee, what we would like to see from that committee, or we're talking about some norms for committees, like if it's information we're going to want to go back and review, do we want to make sure that it's Zoomed, that it's recorded? I just think that there's a lot that we would like to have done for future.
And whatever the case might be, we don't necessarily have to have we have to have a committee. So if the committee has to be formed, shall be formed by July 1st, does that mean, like, just for argument's sake, does that mean people have to be on that committee, or is it just that we have this committee, now we're gonna look to fill it? Because there's no way that we're
Do
gonna
you
get.
want, do you want me to? Do you want to?
Well, I was just gonna say, like we have health coming up. So
Yeah.
obviously our first curriculum committee for the new policy needs to be in place probably no later than say middle of September. We certainly want that committee seated and rolling by October. If we want to get the timeline.
Sure.
If that's the route.
I would recommend that we have a committee curriculum and a process workshop only, with only topics. And then talk about, are you guys going to mirror them? What are you doing? Because in all of the conversations that you guys had last time, in those notes, and I'm trying to pull them up again, we talked a possible rubric and application process.
Sure.
Those are some things that we need to get, either we need to get feedback presented to the board, but also approved on how you're moving it forward. So I'm thinking you're gonna have multiple workshops, including regular board meetings, woohoo. And then you're going to have those from July. Your summer is going to be very full. Getting the setup, we want to meet that September timeline. If you're going to have an application process and the board is going to appoint from that process and meet the required number of participants. And I think it would be good if you guys had that with expectations, and if you are having the application process and having your new curriculum director bring some examples.
So for argument's sake, at this point right now, where we are at the end of, well, tomorrow will be the end of June, it feels like. We could take the existing curriculum committee and have that, I mean, we may have to adjust it to make sure that we're hitting the ratio of parents and whatnot, but we could use the people that are on that current committee, and honestly, we could, as a board, just say, here's the committee as of July 1st for the curriculum.
We don't have to appoint that by July 1st though.
Well, okay, a week later, 2 weeks later, what I'm saying is it needs to be in place, what I'm saying, because it's gonna take time. If we decide to put all new people in there and do a application type process and review and all that, we're looking at the beginning of the school year already. So I guess for expediency, that's something that we could
You could consider, but
could consider.
you
We're
make that
definitely
decision
not-
after.
Yeah, we're not making that
Yeah.
decision now. It's just something that, I'm just thinking of these things as far as timing and whatnot.
So does that mean if we decide that we have to do something by July 1st, which you said we might not, but we don't say, okay, we're gonna just roll over the committee and then that's in concrete, can no other people join? I mean, that would be my concern is I would like to see some new people in these committees.
Well, we need to have a way of getting those,
Exactly.
inviting
Okay,
those
so
people,
we-
here's all this, that kind of stuff.
But
So
in the
there's some work
meantime,
involved.
you were saying there's deadlines, so
If.
you're saying, okay, if there's deadlines and we have to make a decision and roll over the old committee because of the deadline, if we roll them over, are they the only ones who can be in that committee? Because I could be okay with, because of deadlines, having to roll it over, but I would want it to be open door to where people could join. And I don't know.
It's not a deadline. It is, if the law changes, it is effective
I know.
July 1st. There is no deadline that the policy and the procedures have to be approved by July 1st.
Sometimes saying deadline makes us move quicker and get things done.
And there's a lot to the procedure of
We could.
Well, and,
revamping and.
but once a committee is chosen.
Right.
It's chosen, it's not open to
The next month, we're not gonna
to
change
say,
that.
like, yeah, so I understand what you're
Policy or-
asking. So based on the law, like, the board will make a decision on that committee and there's different numbers and it's divided out very specifically. So it's not like this open-ended, and that was my join at any time, yeah.
The last thing I wanna do is put staff in a position where, the 11th hour, they're throwing us this curriculum to adopt that we haven't had a chance or hasn't, that's what I don't.
Chair Kirkman, is it possible that we ask our superintendent and Mr. Knopf in their new position to bring forth some of their ideas for an application process so that some of that work can be done in the interim? I'm sure that you can all be available to them via email if they should have questions, but if what we're looking for is a new process.
Well, that would have to be at an open session at a board meeting to answer those
Oh,
questions.
because we would be
Yeah.
deciding on that in the open session.
Oh, I just, yeah, that's.
We get what you're saying.
Yeah,
We
I
just
just
have
mean
to-
like if they need, yeah, but as far as that, could we make that directive possibly, just so that we're coming back with some work?
Well, yeah, I think it should first come from the administration as to suggestions as to what that process might, they're the ones that are gonna be dealing with it. So I think it only is fitting that the administration or their staff say, here's what will work best for us, bring it to us. We discuss it, decide on an open meeting and.
So to further that, could we just possibly pick a deadline if it's okay with you, Dr. Russell, that we have
July
that,
1st. No,
that
I'm just kidding.
we have that information for review so that we could, again, take a big step in the process?
Could we have that by review by June 27th? So we have a potential meeting on that date already.
Is June 27th gonna?
No, we can have a draft by June 27th.
And I appreciate the information that was provided by Dr. Russell on these committees. Very helpful, and this is definitely, yeah, so June 27th, why don't you, is that a work session?
It's a special
Could be,
meeting.
okay. It's another meeting?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Any other
I would
comments,
just like to
questions about
thank Mr. Knopf for updating yourself on our previous work session.
getting up to speed? As quick as possible. Any other questions from staff that maybe we can answer as a board that you need from us as a board at this point right now?
Chair Kirkman, I don't believe so. I believe we'll start with the draft, and we'll go from there. We'll have it by the 27th, and we're bringing it forward. I think if I can understand and clarify, I will bring a process on how to select the committee and a process in which the committees will function, and have some procedures around that, and get some feedback.
Which might include, I don't know, how to incorporate parents and.
Yes,
through the website, all that kind of stuff.
Yes, I'll anticipate processes on how we would solicit
There you go, that's
and
what I was-
select and then how the committee would function, how long it would function. I think we've used a lot of the same things that we would for a typical board committee, even if we've used it for administrative committee. It sounds like that's the kind of transparency the board's asking for, so we'll probably report those ideas. And then we can go from there to see which things again are okay, which things are more specific.
Chairman Kirkman, I think the other thing is that Lori also been talked about a rubric and kind of modeling that process and also aligning it with NAPA values, is maybe bringing all the stuff up from the workshop and giving information on those point sets in the document would be
Yeah,
beneficial.
We're gonna leave that up to Mr. Knott. You have a picture of that, so you can take that into account and then reach out obviously this morning. Okay, any other final comments, questions about that? Chrissy, did you have,
Nope, I was just gonna jump.
you're gonna do the time thing?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you for your input on that. So the next item on the agenda is board priorities and goals. I'm gonna throw this to our board clerk to facilitate. You have 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Right.
So in front of you are blue pieces of paper. You're going to take 2 minutes or 2 to 3 minutes to just write down some of the board potential goals or priorities that as individuals you kind of want to look at moving forward. And then we're going to write them on this board, starting with one board member, and we'll write them up so everyone can see them. We'll draft those, and then we're not making any decisions tonight. We're gonna have that other work session to go over and decide what are the board's goals and priorities as a team. Because you guys haven't done that at all yet, so we're just gonna make it quick, individual work. So you guys have about 2 minutes, so we meet our deadline. And then we'll start with one board member going through, and then we'll just have a quick roundtable kind of. If one person says it, we'll just mark it that it's been already said. So hard.
I can't think of the word, but I'll just describe it.
Probably about 30 seconds.
Oh.
Okay, now this is not just a one meeting deal. We're gonna just do quick one tonight and then continue the board priorities and goals moving forward. Mandy, you're right on this side, so I'm gonna start with you.
Be the board that is not a knee-jerk reaction board. Oh.
Oh, yeah,
I
we're just
can
gonna
give them
go
all?
really
Sorry.
quick, yeah, so.
I was writing, not listening to what you were telling me. We would only speak to back the decisions of the board. Okay. Listen for understanding, not to have the last word. We would learn Robert's rules. We as a board would expect the same of ourselves as we do from our committees and or superintendent
for administrative forums committees. That's all I got.
All right, Tracy?
I don't have a big list like her. I think, one of the biggest things I would like to work on as a board, because I feel so, it's so important to be, the voice for the community, is learning how, or trying to figure out ways to communicate with the community better, more in a mass. I don't know how to do that, but working on that, because I think, there's a lot of things we wrote on, and I really want to be the voice for the parent, for the people. That's it.
So my mind went totally blank, because I didn't know we were gonna have a homework assignment.
Me
But-
either.
But there are some things that Trustee Simpson said. I think the Robert's rules, that's always been something that's on my mind, is that we have, the training that people who aren't familiar with Robert's rules, or we become more familiar with them. For me, communication is always key, communication with staff, and us communicating to staff, staff communicating to us. And then clear and concise procedures for things that aren't clear. For example, the book challenge is one of those for me. And I'm sure there's going to be others down the road. And then one thing I didn't write down here, but I just thought it was respect. It's respect. We respect the staff, they're professionals, they're doing what they're doing. We may not always agree. They may not always agree with us, but we respect no matter what. The staff and the professional role that the staff play in this district.
I didn't write it, but I'm going to echo mutual respect. I believe that in the way that we talk to everybody, we should constantly be working on mutual respect regardless of differing opinions. So I'm going to add that as a bonus. I said communication always. I think that's encompassing from the community to us, from us to the community, from staff to us, from committee to us. I really think that communication is just something we should always be working on. Structured meetings, even sharing less infinite statements. I think that all goes into, Robert's rules, better order. And then I would really love for us to, again, update or realign with our mission, vision, and core values to align our board's work so that we constantly have the compass by which this board functions.
Marcos?
I believe in being concise and straight to the point. So I put that as a goal. And also, and I do other things here that don't have to be on the board, so I kind of get a wrong impression of the assignment, so I probably shouldn't say the things that I wrote. So I have nothing to do with it. But if I was to look at that, communication is a big part of it. So let's communicate effectively. And I don't know Robert's rules of law. I would love training. Thank you.
Good for this evening? Yeah.
Do you want me to echo what I agree with what they said, or is it okay?
Well, I was just gonna have you guys out later, but if you want to, you can.
I mean, I'm fine to do it later, that's okay.
Are you sure? 'Cause,
Yeah. I'm
um,
good. You're okay.
We were supposed to be in an executive session 2 minutes ago, but since I'm quick, we could allow that really quick.
I'm okay,
Go
it's
to
fine.
20 after. Go to 20
I
after.
just didn't know what the checks, like,
Yeah,
if you were
that's good.
counting.
They had already said that, but if you want to add it.
Yeah, go ahead and
you
add
can.
trustees. and
yeah, I
trustees.
just, sorry, the
No worries.
mutual respect, the communication, definitely. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay,
So did you need these?
I'll gather them after.
You're gonna grade those? I hope you're not gonna. Okay. So that is the agenda that we have tonight. We need to move into executive session. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we go into executive session to consider labor contract matter authorized under Idaho Code 74-206, sections 1A and B.
I second.
Section J.
Oh, sorry,
Okay.
J.
I second.
Chairman, roll call vote, Chairman Kirkman,
Aye.
trustee Pearson,
Aye.
trustee Simpson,
Aye.
trustee Taylor,
Aye.
trustee Dye.
We will
I motion that we adjourn.
Meeting adjourned.